We will bring the regular assembly meeting to order for June 9th, 2025. Ms. Atkinson, will you lead us in the flag salute? Ms. Hall, will you read the land acknowledgement, please?
Yes. We would like to acknowledge that the city and borough of Juneau is on Linkett land and wish to honor the indigenous people of this land. For more than 10,000 years, Alaska Native people have been and continue to be integral to the well-being of our community. We are grateful to be in this place, a part of this community, and to honor the culture, traditions, and resilience of the Tlingit people. Gunashchish.
Madam Clerk, will you call roll, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Hall,
Here.
Mr. Steininger,
Here.
Ms. Atkinson,
Here.
Mr. Kelly,
Here.
Ms. Wall,
Present.
Ms. Huskandis is not with us this evening. Mr. Bryson,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Smith,
Here.
and Mayor Weldon.
Here.
A quorum is present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And when you're done with that, would you meet me out front, please? So this is under special order business. Proclamation in recognition of Elizabeth Beth McEwen. Whereas the City and Borough of Juneau CBJ Assembly is honored to recognize the many accomplishments of Elizabeth Beth McEwen, CBJ Municipal Clerk, and whereas on June 30th, 2025, after a nearly 30-year career with the city, Beth will be retiring. And whereas Beth has been the municipal clerk for the CBJ since 2018 and served as deputy clerk for 18 years before that. Are you that old? And whereas this self-proclaimed government geek has trained well over 500 board, committee, and assembly members, as well as numerous CBJ staff liaisons to those boards and committees. And whereas the Alaska Association of Municipal Clerks, AAMC, has benefited greatly by Beth's many years on AAMC committees, too many to count, and as the AAMC Education Director helping new and seasoned clerks be successful. And whereas during her distinguished career, Beth won statewide awards and accolades, including AML Municipal Employee of the Year in 2015, AAMC Municipal Clerk of the Year in 2023, and an Alaska Legislative Citation in 2024. And whereas Beth holds a Master Municipal Clerk MMC certification and is a certified Athenian instructor for the International Institute of Municipal Clerks, IIMC, and whereas in addition to her busy work life, Beth also finds time to be an active member of the Douglas Methodist Church, a certified life coach, marriage commissioner, and most importantly, master pie and cookie baker. And whereas Beth will soon add world traveler to her list of accomplishments as she hangs up her clerk superhero cape, dusts off her walking shoes, and slow travels around Europe this summer and fall. Now, therefore, I, Beth A. Weldon, Mayor of the City and Borough of Juneau, Alaska, and the City and Borough Assembly, do hereby formally acknowledge and congratulate Elizabeth Beth McEwen, MMC, for her longstanding commitment to public service and contributions to the community.
This is the one time I am speechless because I had all kinds of shower thoughts, run through all the things you want to say, and none of them seemed adequate. I am very pleased to have been a public servant to this community. And this is why I never say anything because I just get too emotional. The waterworks, come on. But it is truly a public service dream to be able to be amongst our community and to serve our community. And I have an amazing clerk team at the back sitting there, and have had amazing mentors with my predecessor, Lori Sika. And I am just truly the most benefited person from being able to be a public servant to our community. So thank you, every single one of you.
So when I was writing a letter of reference for Madam Clerk's nomination for Municipal Clerk of the Year, what she was alluding to is we ran high school track together and she dropped the baton. And in my letter, I said, that's the only time I've seen her drop anything, because other than that, she takes care of everything for us. So we truly appreciate your efforts, Madam Clerk. With that, we'll go to approval of minutes. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that we approve the Assembly Retreat minutes for December 7th, 2024, and the January 23, 2025 Special Assembly draft minutes, and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, those minutes are approved. That brings us to manager request for agenda changes.
Thank you, Mayor Weldon. I have a number of changes to the agenda today, and I just want to, I hope it's not too confusing to people, but we've really tried something non-traditional and stuck a executive session in the middle of public hearing and really tried to gauge front-loading the public hearing with items that we thought the public would be most interested in, so that we could, not have the public sitting here waiting. That being said, we don't always get it right, so I have 4 requests for agenda changes. The first one is to add a additional public hearing to item number 8. That's ordinance 2025-13B. An ordinance amending the election procedures code to include general procedures for ballot count related to ranked choice voting. I'd like to add, in addition to the 7/28 public hearing, an August 18th public hearing. The second item that I have is to move item number 4 in public hearing to item number 1 in public hearing. So item number 4 is ordinance 2024-01-BAY, an ordinance appropriating $1.8 million to the manager for the Telephone Hill Redevelopment Capital Improvement Project and transferring $1,922,615 from the Peterson Hill Phase 1B2 Capital Improvement Project to the Telephone Hill Redevelopment Capital Improvement Project, funding provided by land funds, general funds, and sales tax funds. So again, I would like to amend the agenda to move that to item number 1 under public hearing. The third item that I would like to do is to move resolution 4016, that's item 25 in your under public hearing. Resolution 4016, a resolution authorizing the manager to acquire the property with the legal description of Juneau Island by donation to the City and Borough of Juneau from the U.S. Department of Interior Bureau of Land Management. And again, I would like to move that item to new item 5. That means it is immediately following the budget. There are 3 budget items on your agenda. So it would be the CIP that it is immediately following. And finally, I would like to move public hearing item number 11. That is an ordinance 2025-27, an ordinance increasing the rates for water and wastewater utility services to new item number 6. That would make that ordinance a public hearing immediately before adjourning into executive session.
Is that all, Madam Manager?
Now,
All right, thank you. Next, we're going to go to public participation on non-agenda items. And we have 14 and we only are allowed 20 minutes. We'll push that a little bit and we'll give everybody a minute and a half. And we will do it in order of signing up. A couple of people have done a couple things. So because we added the second public hearing, we will not be taking testimony on ranked choice voting tonight. And the second item we have also is people are wanting to testify on, let's see here, request to purchase CBJ property located at 2nd and Franklin Street, so that will be moved to new business. So with that, we will start down our list. We have nobody on Zoom to do non-agenda, so our first non-agenda item is Joyce Van Sickle, Chapter 35 revision to enable housing. Go ahead and come on up. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have a minute and a half.
My name is Joyce Van Sickle, and I live in the Auk Bay area. I'm here tonight with a pressing request. My husband and I just celebrated living in Juneau for 50 years. This community is our home. We have raised our 4 children here and now are the proud grandparents of a newly sworn-in CBJ firefighter paramedic. But most importantly, this evening, we want to express our strong support for the proposed revisions to Chapter 35. Specifically, we urge you to support the change that would allow subdivisions on arterial roads to follow the underlying zoning rather than defaulting to the D1 lot size standard as is currently required. We live at 12.5 miles just outside of Auk Bay. And when we purchased our property in 2012, we did so with the understanding that subdivision in the future would be possible. And now that time has come, and we want to help our grandson, who cannot otherwise afford to purchase land in town, to build a home on a portion of our property. Unfortunately, a 2015 code changed a 2015 code change now prohibits this. Our lot is just 5,798 square feet short of meeting the D1 minimum, even though we live in a D3 zoning district. Why are we being held to a standard that doesn't match the zoning of our own property? Our grandson was born and raised in the city, and he chose a career in public service to protect and care for the community he grew up in. And yet, like so many of his peers, he cannot afford to live here. The rising cost and limited supply of housing are driving out the very people who keep this community running. The Assembly has stated time and again that housing is a top priority for our community.
It's your minute and a half, so you need to wrap up.
Okay. This section of the code has been flagged by planning staff for years as a clear and critical barrier to development. Revising it now is tangible and timely action that would remove unnecessary restrictions.
Okay, we need to stop you. That was a wrap-up sign.
Thank you for your
Do
time.
anybody have any questions for Ms. Van Sickle? Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Van Sinkle, I wanted to ask if you were aware of a Title 49 rewrite process that we have underway. There is a space on the CBJ website where you can actually put in these type of like suggested changes, and I'm the chair of that advisory committee, and if you put that in there, we can take a look at it. So I guess, are you aware? And if you would, please send it there, and you could also send me an email.
Yes, I was just made aware of that a few days ago. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Liam Van Sickle. Or should we say firefighter Van Sickle? Yeah. Please state your name and area town you live in the record, and you have a minute and a half.
Hi everyone, my name is Liam Van Sickle. You got a little introduction to me. I'm a firefighter and paramedic with CCFR here. I would be the one looking to purchase the subdivision. For the past 2 years, we've been looking at contractors and trying to get this land subdivided so that I could purchase the land and continue to live in Juneau and serve my community. As you guys know, housing can be pretty unaffordable here, and we thought we found a pretty good loophole buying land from family to go ahead and lay down some further roots here and really start to grow. But with this revision in 2015 that we weren't initially aware of, it took away our ability to subdivide that land and buy a portion of it to build a home on. And I was just asking you guys to maybe take a look at the revision. We had lots of help from our planning committee to actually rewrite some of the revisions. We understand that there is a new rewrite coming, and we're happy to wait for it. But if you guys could take a look beforehand and really urge you guys to vote on that, it would really play into a decision for me to see if I can stay and continue to live here or not, because housing's pretty tough out there, and I'm looking to move on to the next chapter of my life.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Van Sickle? Thank you for your testimony tonight. And then next I'll go up to Maureen Cunnerton. I missed her the first time. There's 3 ordinances on flood though. Does your testimony have anything to do with those 3 ordinances?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that clear. But I am Maureen Cunnerton.
Okay.
So,
You have a minute and a half. Please state
Yeah,
your name
I
and your
won't take
Italian
much.
record.
so I live downtown on Telephone Hill, and so I am a very frequent peruser of Zillow. And so when I do go on Zillow and I look at the property available in town, a lot of it for sale is in the flood zone. And recently I saw an article that said that there is no current funding, yet maybe you folks will be able to find funding for the second phase of flood protection in the valley. Well, why don't you take some of the Telephone Hill money that you've been able to pull together and utilize that for the valley protection? I know that there is some federal funding that you're looking for, that you're hoping to get, but things are pretty turbulent right now with different agencies. So consider that, pause Telephone Hill, use that money. It's $5 million that you've been able to pull it together. Thanks, I'll see you later.
Thanks. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next we have, Ron Peterson. Is it Ron or Ren? Sorry. Okay. Please state your name and area town you live in for the record, and you have a minute and a half.
My name's Ron Peterson. My name's Ron Peterson. I live on KCN. Also, I want to let you guys know how much it breaks my heart to know that I can't have my daughter walk from Juneau Dance to my house on KCN due to the homeless situation we have out in the valley. So just want to let you know that I have some friends that have some property in the valley, along with myself and neighbors, experience issues with their shop being broken into, as well as having individuals attempting to camp under their deck on daily basis. Thank you for all the people who helped clean up the portion of the camping and debris that was left. However, this just This just meant that they moved a little further down the road or to another location. It is not our police or city workers' responsibility to clean up that waste. I'm here tonight to request that the assembly creates a committee or task force to address this growing problem. Maybe include the Glory Hall, St. Vincent, the Aurora Shelter, veterans organizations, and the local Alaska Native Tribal Associations, as well as members of your homeless community need to be included in this as well. What we've been doing is not working. We have to try something different. It's time for a change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Scott Jenkins. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have a minute and a half.
Scott Jenkins, Island View Drive. Mayor, city manager, and assembly. Myself and others are here because of the vagrant camping and homeless situation being allowed on CBJ airport and private property. I want to start with a quote from a famous criminologist. When men first come into contact with crime, they abhor it. If they remain in contact with the crime for a time, they become accustomed to it and endure it. If they remain in contact with it long enough, they finally embrace it and become influenced by it. You have to ask yourself, is this what Juneau really wants? The Municipal Code 5309340 simply states the following. No person shall camp or establish or maintain a campsite on any part of a public right-of-way not designated for camping by an official sign. Why are we not enforcing this law correctly? Are we expected to eventually just accept and embrace this issue? Bottom line is the citizens of Juneau are dealing with a problem that the city is allowed to grow out of control. Our streets and right-of-ways are not designed for camping. Trash, feces, and needles do not belong on the sidewalks and right-of-ways of our community. This last week, there was a major effort by the police and CBJ Streets Department. Dump trucks, excavators, and a ton of manpower was used to clean up a disgusting mess. How many thousands did that cost the taxpayers? And this is not the first time it had been done. Trash the place, then just pick up and move to the next spot and let the disaster be picked up by somebody else. We owe a big thanks to these guys, but it's not their job. The chief and commander of the police department were personally on site, gloves on, in the ditch, cleaning up this mess. This is a waste of their time. The individuals who changed these laws should be out there helping clean this up. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Jenkins? Mr. Bryson.
I have a question for Mr. Jenkins. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Could you just maybe share with us how many times you have called the police for something that has happened to your property since this problem has come to your doorstep?
I personally haven't called the police once.
Thank you. Next, we have Megan Jenkins. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have a minute and a half.
Megan Jenkins and 17070 Island View Drive. And I'm just continuing because my husband doesn't keep it under 2 minutes. Taxpayer dollar funds and Glory Hall in large way. Why are these people not camping on Glory Hall property? Because they're not welcome. Why is there no plan in place to handle the individuals the Glory Hall deems unfit? They draw them in, then they reject the bad ones. How is it acceptable to allow them to camp on public land when they are not welcome at the Glory Hall? This is unacceptable. We need to enforce our laws as written and provide somewhere these folks can go. In short order, there could be a temporary campground put in Hidden Valley, which is behind Costco, with basic fencing, porta-johns, sprayed lines, and lighting. CBGA owns this land, and it's near other facilities that are helping people work through their problems and get back on their feet. This will only work if we let our police officers do their jobs. This exact camping enforcement model was done in Kalispell, Montana, and it works. It wasn't easy, but it works. Their surrounding towns and streets are now clean. Stop the acceptance of breaking the law. What are we teaching our kids? The laws don't need to be followed by some folks. They need to be followed by everyone. And the stealing and littering is unacceptable. My kids see drug deals. They see people doing drugs. They see people naked dancing around because they're high as a kite right every time I take them to the shop. In closing, I ask the Assembly to start a task force specific to this homeless camping issue. And most importantly, allow the police to properly enforce no camping on CBJ improved land. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Jenkins? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Brita Jenkins. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have a minute and a half. And wait, Mr. Barr is going to help you with the mic there.
I'm Brita Jenkins, 17070 LMV Jet. Hello, I'm 11 years old. I am speaking here because I used to be able to go outside and play with my family and throw the ball for my dog, but now I don't because I'm scared. Please do something. My parents did not write this. Thank you.
Thank you for testifying. Any questions? Thank you for being so brave. It's a scary thing even for adults. Next, we have K-Mel.
I rather expected to be the only one testifying on this topic, but I have company. For a number of years, the city operated a warming shelter in the winter and a campground in the summer for the benefit of those who had nowhere else to go. Last spring, a decision was made not to operate the campground, and instead we are on a model called distributed camping. This doesn't work. These people need some place to go that's not the edge of the road, a patch of brush, etc. Please reopen the campground during the summer, provide the warming shelter during the winter. It's the least we can do for the community, for the people directly affected, for ourselves and our neighbors. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Mel? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Shoshana Seligman. I think she's on Zoom for an agenda. Oh, she's here. Okay. You signed up for Zoom. I am, but the sound in this room is not the best. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have a minute and a half.
Okay. Shoshana Seligman, I live downtown, and I'm testifying regarding my recent application to purchase CBJ land. Please know that I'm definitely willing to include the Assembly's desire for increased urban density downtown, and I'm most interested to include an upscale tiny house village, preferably for seniors, in addition to the 7 or so renters who are currently living in the house I'm willing to purchase. Because of the controversial nature of this particular land, if this doesn't work out, I'd be willing to purchase this property from the city and agree to sell it back as soon as the city acknowledges that they do have a plan in place, there's developers online, and the 4 or so RFPs are fulfilled. This would relieve the city of being a landlord. I am, of course, referring to the house in which I currently live at 203 West 3rd Street on Telephone Hill. Please consider my application to purchase CBJ land. Thank you.
This testimony was for non-agenda items, just so you know.
This is particularly about my desire to purchase land.
Okay. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Christine, and I apologize, the last name starts with an M, but I can't read it. Malay. Hi, Christine. Yes, I do.
I didn't prepare anything. I just
Please.
speak from my heart.
Yep. Okay. Please state your name and area of town you live in.
Christine Eisen Malay. I've lived here all 62 years. I grew up in a time where we didn't have to lock our doors. We lived in a pristine and beautiful place. I have compassion. I feel very bad for these vagrant people, but I need to tell you that first and foremost, it's the city's job to tell the police to do this. It's the community's job to say, hey, we care about these people. We want to be part of the solution, but they can't be allowed to run around like this. I have been to Fred Meyer's, Super Bear, McDonald's, Safeway, Nugget Mall, Mendenhall Auto, Heritage Coffee, Donna's, Airport, Wells Fargo, where, yes, Mr. Bryson, I have called the police at least 20 times. Nothing ever gets done. They are panhandling. They're in the middle of the road. I've seen them with machetes. I have seen the camps. And we are here asking you, please, we want to be part of the solution, but it's your job to do something about it. And I'm asking you, please, go to the police and tell them that they're allowed to do that through your directive. But we need this to be done. It's not if, it's when somebody in our community is wonderful families, somebody's going to be murdered, somebody's going to be dramatically affected by this, and it was preventable. It's a preventable thing. That's what I'm asking.
Thank you, Ms. Malay. Any questions for Ms. Malay? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Carla Hart. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Carla Hart. I live on the back loop. I was going to talk to you about the email I sent to you all about cruise tourism and the announcements that are being made by RCCL Gold Belt about their plans. There's no transparency in Juneau. I heard nothing back from any of you on my emails, as is typical, unfortunately. But what I'm really going to talk to you about now is the fact that you have meetings once a month. Almost every other community in Alaska, except 3 very small communities that I could find, meet twice a month. We're on 20 minutes for public comment once a month, down to 1.5 minutes. This is your doing. I urge you all to resume twice a month. These agendas with 61 items, packed rooms, are not serving the community. If you want to serve the community, serve us with enough time to be able to speak. Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Mr. Kelly, you have a clarifying question.
Yes. I am not seeing your email. Could you let me know when you sent the date you sent it?
I sent it to the Borough Assembly email address that should go to all of you. Have you blocked me? I will resend it.
Thank
I
you.
did get a response from Assemblymember Hall. Thank you, the one response.
Thank you. Next, we have Dan Peters. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 1.5 minutes.
Hello, I'm Dan Peters. I live downtown. I'm a seasonal worker here. I'm also a bike commuter. I work at Cycle Alaska. I want to talk about the safety of our streets. On my way to work last week, I was nearly severely injured or worse by a motorist running straight through a stop sign. My coworkers and I routinely experience intimidation through motorist games of chicken with our guides, puffing fumes of exhaust through our lungs, blasting our ears with horns, or risking our lives to save a few seconds before the next stop sign or destination. And it really is seconds. I can't tell you how many times a motorist has made a risky pass on me, only for me to end up right behind them again. If you are one who displays resentment towards cyclists, what is it about them that justifies endangering them or just trying to ruin their day with hostility? One day at work, I stepped outside to breathe fresh air, and there was a motorist with their engine idling on the street. I approached this window with curiosity and asked why he needed to idle. He looked up from his phone and shouted, "I'm going," before almost backing into a mother and her child walking down the street. Recklessness from motorists is to be expected as a cyclist. Motorists often complain about cyclists slowing down traffic. We are traffic. I'm trying to get to work safely just like everybody else. A video on the community Facebook page went viral recently showing a large group of cyclists taking over a roundabout. We rode this for 1 revolution and a half to exit, and we went on our merry way. This delayed cars for about 30 seconds at the expense of the joy of 25 riders. I ask myself, what are the most valid complaints cyclists and motorists have against each other? As a cyclist, I suspect...
Mr. Peters, I need you to wrap up.
I can't speak for motorists, but this is an open conversation. My fear with drivers is my life. My life is in danger. Thank you.
Thank you.
Free Palestine.
Ms. Wall has a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for being here. I agree with you that this is not a cyclist-friendly community. Are there things that you would like to see from the city, things that we can do to make it friendlier?
I think traffic calming would be great. People drive very fast. And I just want to speak to the community too, because I've faced a ton of hostility for no reason. I'm just trying to get home, enjoy my day, just like everybody else.
Any further questions? Thank you for your testimony. All right, that brings us to the end of non-agenda, I believe. So next we'll go to our consent agenda. We did have public requests for consent agenda changes other than ordinances for introduction, and so that is under new business now. Next, we'll go to the assembly request for consent agenda changes. Mr. Bryson, assembly action. Remember, it has been amended.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the consent agenda as amended and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none? That motion is placed. Sure. I did at one time, so now I have to find it. Request to purchase CBJ property located at 2nd and Franklin Street. Madam Attorney?
So I'm going to call a point of order. So this is not the time to remove things from consent agenda. You can ask to be recognized by the mayor, but you cannot yell things in the back. So if you want to ask to be recognized by the mayor, she'll bring you up. You can then tell her the items that you would like removed. And we'll go from there.
All right, thank you, Madam Attorney. Ms. Hart? Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record again, and which item are you referring to?
My name is Carla Hart. I live on the back loop. I am referring to the items that are numbered 14, 17, and 21 on the version of the agenda that I just printed. And one of them is the Eagle Crest resolution and the resolution ratifying the labor agreement with the MBEBA and the resolution with the personnel rules. They were number 14, 16, and 17 on the version I printed.
All right, so we will remove those from the consent and add them to new business. Seeing anything more, we'll go back to, you want to do your motion one more time, Mr.
I'll try it
Bryson?
again, Madam Mayor. Again, we move the consent agenda as amended and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, so moved. All right, with that, we will go to public hearing. And our first item on public hearing will be Telephone Hill.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
can we take just a brief at ease?
certainly.
Thank you.
How many minutes do you need?
5, if
5
possible.
minutes at ease. Bring us back to order. And our next item will be Telephone Hill. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2024-01, version B, large letters AY. An ordinance appropriating $1,800,000 to the manager for the Telephone Hill redevelopment capital improvement project and transferring $922,615 from the Peterson Hill Phase 1B2 capital improvement project to the Telephone Hill redevelopment capital improvement project. Funding provided by lands funds, general funds, and sales tax funds.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
During the May 5, 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting, the Assembly provided direction to fund Phase 1 of Telephone Hill redevelopment, which consists of demolition, site development, replatting into 4 developable lots, and road construction. The total project, sorry, Madam Mayor, I need to correct that because it does not include road construction. The total project cost of redeveloping Telephone Hill is estimated at $9 million, with Phase 1 costing $5.51 million. With passage of this ordinance, $5.4 million will be secured for the project through this appropriation and transfer, with the remaining balance previously secured in the Telephone Hill CIP. The Committee of the Whole also provided direction for staff to deliver notices to vacate to Telephone Hill residents the week of May 19, 2025, mandating all residential units be vacated no later than October 1, 2025. Phase 1 construction will start no earlier than October 1, 2025. The Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its May 20, 2025 meeting. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. All right, if my paper is right, we have Joshua Adams on Zoom. And we will give everybody 2 minutes because there's 9 or 10 of you.
Hello, can you hear me? My name is Joshua Adams.
Meetings on this, so go ahead, say your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Joshua Adams. I live on Fritz Cove, but I'm very interested in downtown history because I've lived in Juneau my whole life. I urge you guys to consider the funding issues involved in Telephone Hill. I've spoken various times on this subject because I care deeply about the history. It's the oldest telephone company in the state of Alaska, and other things that you've heard me say. At the last, this might be the last time I get to really testify on this. So I want to talk about the types of funding that will be siphoned from other needed projects that we voted for, like Peterson Hill and the Second and Franklin project. The Telephone Hill redevelopment project, if it is carried out, will crowd out the funding for other needed housing projects. And this is a project that promises to be more expensive than the other projects that it will take precedence over if it is implemented. Basically, what I'm saying is this is a housing project that's going to take away our housing. It's going to take away our funding and remove opportunities to build other things like the Peterson Hill project and the Second and Franklin project that are much more important. And I hope to speak later on those. Telephone, as far as these projects, I approve of a lot of the things that the Assembly does, but the Telephone Hill redevelopment project is just bankrupt. It's bankrupt socially, it's bankrupt spiritually, it's bankrupt economically. And I have to ask you, where are you going to pull the funds from to finance such a project? Or where is the Assembly intending to do that? Already, we're talking about pulling $1.8 million out of the Peterson Hill project. That's a really important project. That's a good project. It's well-founded, and we're going to take away its funding so that we can build on a hill with no snow removal. I fail to see how that's going to effectively improve the situation for housing, especially for middle and low income families. We've been speaking on this for a very, very long time. And all of our reasons, I believe, are well planted. I hope that the assembly is listening to us. And an assembly that listens to its citizens is an assembly that gets reelected. I'm almost finished. Three of the assembly members are up for reelection. So I urge you very strongly, if you care about your seats and being reelected, please vote no on the Telephone Hill redevelopment project.
Any questions for Mr. Adams? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony tonight. Next, we have Maureen Connerton. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Maureen Connerton. I do live on Telephone Hill, and I do have only one short question. Well, first of all, when this project was first when the public was first told about this project, the number was 500,000 for the demolition. Now suddenly we're talking about $9 million of CBJ prep money before the imaginary buyer even comes to the table. So this does not make sense. I think that it needs to be on the ballot. Why isn't, when you jump from 500,000 to 9 million, the voters should be consulted, and not just the voters in this room. The ones, why isn't it on the ballot as a separate item, not lumped in, you know, the way things usually go, 5 things on one yes or no? Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I do appreciate your work. Work hard.
Any questions for Ms. Connerton? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Tony Tangs. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
I'm Tony Tangs and live downtown. I'm against this. You may already know what you're going to do. We all can bet on which way Ella Atkinson will vote. She won't go against her daytime employer, Senator Keel, who got the land transferred to the city, following the direction of unnamed city fathers and a legislative designation that had zero public input. And so this disaster started rolling. You want to put $9 million of public funds into scraping off the oldest continuously inhabited house in Alaska and its time capsule worthy neighborhood. Never mind that when you travel, you seek out the old, the historical, and not the new. Juneau and the state of Alaska are both on the ropes, and things look grim. The odds are that the state would sooner consider moving the legislature than enact an income tax or address our oil revenues. Our federal building is half empty. Things are grim. What you want is a huge gamble with public funds in the most uncertain of times. It's doubtful that you can sell the property for the $9 million cost you want to blow on it just to fix it up, not counting its original value. Getting it back won't even get you back to zero. We'll still be less than zero in terms of the housing lost in the interim and incalculable values like aesthetics and our history being gone forever. This will be a very visible $9 million scar in the heart of downtown and the subject of much ridicule. You may go down as the most notorious assembly in the history of Juneau if your big gamble doesn't pay off. It's wise to put this on hold.
Thank you, Mr. Tangs. Any questions for Mr. Tangs? Folks, please refrain from clapping or anything like that, because somebody else might have a different opinion and you will affect their testimony. Next, we have Mark Whitman. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Mark Whitman here. Madam Mayor, Assembly members, when Juneau trusts this assembly to use our money responsibly, written signed assurances of no waste are necessary. May 5th, you directed funding of Phase 1 Telephone Hill redevelopment to proceed. This means evictions, demolition, site development, replatting, and road construction. It will cost $5.5 million, total cost $9 million, taken from projects already approved, promised to taxpaying citizens. All of this, evictions, demolition, a road, happen before there is a detailed plan or developer signing on to this project. You are waving a $9 million carrot, hoping someone will buy into this. And no clear takers, a bad gamble with our money. This is not fiscal responsibility. I would never put my trust into such an arrangement, especially seeing how taxpayers fared in the city's last affordable housing fiasco. The condos at Ridgeview subdivision, $495,000 per unit, shows us what you mean by affordability. City manager told us Telephone Hill, quote, will be redeveloped. However, we're not evicting anyone without having real solid timelines and a plan for what development looks like. I know there's some uncertainty in that, unquote. $9 million worth of uncertainty. Friends, the current financial climate makes thrift crucial. Please reconsider, move ahead with option number 4, stated by you, quote, $10 million plus in the future. Wait and build reserves to be able to fund the entire project. This gives the Assembly time to put away funds, allows the current tenants maximum time on site, unquote. Haste makes waste. I'm asking you, practice wisdom with our money. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Whitman? Seeing none, Mr. Gray, Skip Gray.
Hello, Tess. Can you hear me?
Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Skip Gray. I live out by Twin Lakes. And I recommend that you not pass this ordinance. Kicking the residents out of the Telephone Hill homes, demolishing the homes, and spending $9 million to make the site look attractive to developers is putting the cart before the horse. It's short-sighted and an insult to the developer's ability to comprehend what the site will look like if any of you simply say, you will do all that if a developer signs a contract ensuring they will build the type of housing you want to see built there. If you do find a developer, construction will still be several years away. I remember the past city manager saying it takes 4 to 5 years to go from concept to construction for a project like this. So I'm willing to bet that if things go as you are currently planning, you would be evicting Hill residents years before necessary. And if you demolish the homes there, this site, unless you fence the whole thing off, will be an ugly camp for at least several years before any construction begins, if it ever does. Spending money on this project prematurely takes money away from more urgent projects like Mendenhall River flood prevention. You should wait until a solid plan for construction is in place before eviction and demolition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Any questions for Mr. Gray? Thank you for your testimony. The next one is a little hard to read. I think it's John, and last name looks like it might start with an L. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
My name's John Ingalls. I've lived in, I came to Juneau about 40 years ago and stepped in the house where I lived for all that time, and I never wanted to live anywhere else. I did whatever I could to make the neighborhood safe and good to raise a family in. I built new stairs for the house. I put in skylights. I did all kinds of work on it. Never had the opportunity to buy it. When my mother-in-law came, we had to move to another place. I spend all day on Telephone Hill. A lot of times I'm helping neighbors, like we had a house that froze up. I stayed up late for about 3 or 4 nights to try to keep the place from freezing. It was the oldest house in Juneau. And I feel pretty, well, I'm not too happy. I see 3 alternatives. I've planted trees all around so the legislature could walk without strong winds. I have a suspicion that those trees will be maybe scraped clean so they're not there anymore. Maybe it will be just a mud hole. That's another possibility. And if we're really lucky, we get this Soviet-styled tenement house there. It's a very poor reflection on Juneau. We have all these people. It's the largest concentration of millionaires in the country probably, and they like class. And the only good thing about this project is maybe they'll go somewhere else to live.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Ingles? Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Next we have Shoshana. Please state your name and area or town you live in for the record again, and you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Shoshana Seligman, I still live on Telephone Hill. I have a question about the eviction notice that we got because we received it right after this ordinance was introduced, but before it was finalized. So I'm not even sure if the ordinance is legally valid and it's maybe a non-issue or a technicality that needs to be addressed. But I hope it's not valid because I'm hoping that at the very minimum, I'm going with crumbs here, that you pick up upon something that was mentioned at the last meeting, the May 19th meeting, which is in City Manager Kester's original memo of May 5th, she had said eviction on July 15th and then giving us 3 months, that's July, August, September, October 15th. But then in the haste of that meeting of May 19th, you picked up October 1st. So I am at the very, very minimum asking for November 15th when there's a total lull in the renting market. But I think you all read that, I got that. You were gonna address that last week, but then you didn't. I seriously hope you vote no on this and consider some of the amazing testimony that we've had tonight.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Seligman? Is that right? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Linda Buckby. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Linda Buckley. I live in Auk Bay. However, I have been living the last 8 years on Star Hill, and I've lived in Juneau 57 years. I can't believe it's that been long. And what I really always speak for is on behalf of green space and beauty. And Skip Gray took some incredible pictures of Star Hill, of Telephone Hill. Star Hill is also historic. And as someone who doesn't live there but walks through there and has many friends that live there, and they've really taken incredible care. The gardens and the trees, like John said, and it's a community. It's a viable community with people living there. And I hate to see it destroyed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead, Ms. Wall.
Ms. Buckley, I have a question if you wanted to stay up. Sorry, only if you'd like.
If you're that long, you have arthritis.
Sorry about that. You spoke to the importance of green space. That's definitely been a thing we've heard again and again as we've been thinking about the future of Telephone Hill. There were some, not designs, but kind of images of potential futures of Telephone Hill. Did you see any of those? Definitely a lot of green space kind of built into those. Did you have any reaction to those designs if you did see them?
I know it takes a long time for trees to grow and for beauty to be established, and I know that's a very established neighborhood. And I mean, it seems like the construction projects that I've seen, the easiest thing is they just level everything and clear cut. And, like has been said before, if it's just a mud hole, and a scar, and also will there be money to build anything eventually? That's my worry. It'll just be this, an ugly thing, and it's beautiful right now. So.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Carla Hart. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Carla Hart. I live on the back loop still. $9 million, which is what's proposed on getting this site developed, is according to the CBJ restricted budget revenue, the excess or the budget shortfall that exists with our current restricted budget reserve. It seems pretty weird that we're not taking care of our very important financial foundation while we're looking at displacing 13 families from homes and clearing what's a beautiful place. And you all have heard that before. This just doesn't make sense. You all seem to be in a rush to get it done for some reason that is inconceivable to me, because there is no real vision. The only developer is the same developer who's proposing to do something that's going to be addressed on a different agenda item. Let's let that developer let us figure out whether or not they even do anything that matches our town before we risk what we have. Keep those families housed. Don't tear this down. This ordinance states that project work commencing no earlier than October 1st, 2025. That says absolutely nothing, that these families aren't displaced, and you do put up some ugly construction fence and deal with homeless people crawling through and into the homes and have it sitting there becoming really bad for years. Just let it be, let the people stay there, and let's get a real vision for the place before we destroy what we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Hart? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Susan Clark. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Susan Clark, and I live downtown in the flats, not the hill. I came to talk about the 5.5 million, and I'm astounded at the 9 million. At the height of the chaos and economic uncertainty that is coming out of Washington, there is no rush that we need to move so quickly. The acreage, currently about 19 properties, was taken over by the state and for the new Capitol building in 1983. It was only turned back to the city formally in February last year. So there's no rush. We can take some time to do some thoughtfulness. One of the original proposals in the newspaper was for 88 units. Now, as of May 7th, we're talking about 150 units. Or 20% are assigned as affordable. The available land is said to be 4.2 acres, but that includes the downtown parking, transit center, the adjacent parking lot, as well as the current park that zigzags the path up to the trellis. That trellis does not give a horizontal access to that hill, as it's shown in the paper and shown by the architects. It's a difficult place to build. It drops off on both sides, and some of you may remember the sheer cliffs of Telephone Hill when we were building the parking garage. Thank you. One of my biggest concerns is the state of Alaska and the nation right now. And one of the reasons that the developers are not inclined to bid on these structures is because both the cost and the timeline for completing these high rises are unknown. We're going to need tremendous amounts of, money from the city to balance the grants that are being denied to our community, interlibrary loans, art grants, Bartlett,
Ms. Clark,
Medicaid.
I need you to wrap up, please.
And so it's important that we will have some of this money that we're going to have to use in the future. And if we spend it on something like this, we're not going to have it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Clark? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, sir. Next, we have Roald Simonson. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Yeah. Good evening. My name is Roald Simonson, and I live downtown on Telephone Hill. And I've lived there for about 20 years, and I'm talking a bit from my view perspective up there. Telephone Hill is a very unique, incredible piece of property, a rock-solid hill, undeveloped by an accident of history in the middle of downtown Juneau. In its absolute focal point. The mountains come down, the channel looks at it. You can see it from Mount Jumbo, from the overlooks and the trail of Mount Roberts to the tram. It's this strange green space that's kind of like a glitch in the matrix that is there. And originally the idea was that a new Capitol building would be built there. If this were the Middle Ages, it's where you put the cathedral. If it's ancient Greece, the Acropolis goes there. I think the wrong, I understand housing, but I think the wrong sort of building is being built, construction is being considered for this absolutely unique piece of property that no other town, 35,000 people, has such a thing. And there's the history of late 20th century urban design in cities is making a mistake about something, building something that seems like the necessity of the next, year or two that everyone regrets when it's done over. And I'm afraid that Telephone Hill with this opportunity, and I'm not sure what it is even, if it's not a Capitol building like with a gold dome, might build something that it will regret, maybe be an eyesore for years to come. I think it's a multi-generational question, and I'd like to think that the whole thing is kind of rethought completely through the lens of a community identity building. That would be an enhancement for all of Alaska.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Simonson? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Will Muldoon. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly, staff. I could spend the next 90 seconds just on salutations. I appreciate you guys. So my name is Will Muldoon, and for the last 2 years, I've actually been hanging my hat at 203 West 3rd on Dixon, Apartment A. I fell in love. It's gross. I really like it. I just want to talk to you guys a little bit about my experience. I have every motion I've crafted over the last 2 years was at a nice little red table in our kitchen. It's hosted more public hearings than it has private dinners. We're working on changing that balance. I'm 41 years old. I'm renting a 1-bedroom. I'm the data governance and analytics manager for the Department of Administration. I get this, but I don't understand the rush to get this part of it done. I'd like to think that I had a tough hand while I was finance chair, but I had some chops and some understanding. And when I look at this one and I look at the outlays right now and what it gets us and the timelines to the next parts, I'm not seeing that collective vision at this point. And so, you know, regardless of how the vote goes tonight, I'd encourage you guys to do some research into Grays Harbor in Aberdeen and Washington. They've had an 8-year project on levy rebuild and just completed their environmental impact survey. And then the federal government decided that they didn't like it because it was woke and it had nothing to do with infrastructure was the exact, you know, paraphrasing they got there. So we've got a very similar problem. I don't think it's woke. I do think it's infrastructure. We've got a lot of other budget items relevant to a lot of things tonight. So once again, always good to see you guys. I appreciate you and thank you for your consideration. And in wrap up, thank you, Ms. McEwen. What a champ. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Muldoon? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony and for your service. Next, we have Michelle S. I can't read the last name, apologize. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name's Michelle Seidman. I'm a longtime resident of downtown Juneau. And I want to speak specifically to the issue of evicting the 13 or 15 families that reside on Telephone Hill currently. My concern is that, as happened in the 80s when the state bought those properties, my understanding was some of them through eminent domain, that people were moved off the hill and then nothing happened for, you know, up until the present. And I'm concerned that that could happen again. I've watched people feel a lot of anxiety as they're facing the prospect of having to find new homes. And it feels, it doesn't make sense to me before there's a clear plan in place and the a high likelihood at least of a contractor that's willing to do the development to kick people out of their homes and put people through that stress and that difficulty. So I'm really joining other people here that are asking you to at least delay that part of it to, I thought that the point that developers can look at this property and can imagine what it would look like with the demolition. I don't think the city needs to foot that bill, and I don't think we need to kick people out of their homes before we know that this is really going to happen. So thanks for your time and your commitment to developing housing for Juneau and to doing the right thing by the residents here.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I don't think I missed anybody, but is there anybody else here to testify in Telephone Hill? Seeing none, testimony is closed, so we'll bring it to the assembly. Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the Assembly adopts ordinance 2024-01, lowercase b, uppercase AY, an ordinance appropriating $1.8 million to the manager for Telephone Hill Redevelopment Capital Improvement Project, and ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Any objection? Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. I think I stated my objections before as well at the committee of the whole meeting. I think I felt a lot of them echoed by the testimony we've had this evening. My objection is that we are moving forward when we have one interested party. We don't have a signed commitment. I think before I could vote yes on this, I would prefer to have a signed commitment, because I feel like this isn't actually increasing our housing stock until we have somebody signed on the dotted line saying that that they will do this and that we have a project that we've reviewed and that we like. So I would prefer personally to delay this. I don't think I can vote yes on this project at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Any other objection? Ms. Wall.
I'll just object for a question for staff. We got some requests, and Mr. Kelly just mentioned, the idea of finding a developer who's going to be willing to sign a commitment before the city has improved this property. I know we've done some outreach, a lot of outreach to developers. Maybe you can speak to willingness in the development community to making such a commitment before the assembly takes action.
Madam Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Assemblymember Wall. I don't have a crystal ball, and I don't have the type of, firm outline that I know you are all looking for. And that's why we issued that request for information, because we wanted something really concrete from our development community that was, what do you need to be able to make this a success? And we did receive the one response. That response didn't lay out like, this is what I think it looks like. This, none of those details, which is understandable, right? That they need a lot of details from us to be able to make that proposal. I can say that in informal conversations that I've had with local developers, they have been very, essentially like they don't want to take on that uncertainty and just that kind of, that process, right, of having to do the uncertainty of demolition and of telling people they can't live in their homes anymore. Those are the conversations that I've had, and why I gave you the recommendation, the option to move forward with the site preparation and the demolition as a way to kind of get over that first step.
Go ahead, Ms. Wall.
I don't have a follow-up, but I'll speak in support of this motion if that's in order.
Certainly, Ms. Wall.
I recognize how hard this has been, and it's been a long journey. We've been talking about this for the entirety of the 4+ years that I've been in this role. And tonight is a big moment in terms of, making a big decision on the journey of many decisions we've made to get here. I found myself agreeing with many of the testifiers today when they talked about how much money this is and that it's going to take a while and that there's uncertainty. But, in my experience in this role, leaning on experts in our staff, other assembly members, communities around the country, what's clear to me is, it takes a lot of money to build housing in Juneau. It takes a lot of money, even more money to build high density housing in Juneau. It takes even more money to build high density affordable housing in Juneau. That's what we need in this crisis. I wish we could sign an agreement with a contractor today that said we aren't kicking out these families until we have a plan to get 10 times more people in that place. That's not possible. So I'm excited to move forward on investing resources that we're going to need to build that high density affordable housing in this place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to speak in favor of the motion because we heard similar arguments tonight that people made against the Peterson Hill investment. People thought it was too expensive. The city shouldn't be getting into doing that much development, except for the city took on the hard part and the expensive part. And now people are building houses in the Peterson Hill subdivision because of the exact work that the city did to set up the infrastructure, the same things that we're talking about doing here. And we've talked about rushing things. We heard that comment tonight. And the question I guess I would ask people who are living on Telephone Hill, how much time would be enough? Because this action, this night, was talked about 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, a year ago. This was not a surprise, or it certainly should not have been a surprise to anybody that eventually it would come to this. We have to keep moving because the direction the assembly said, we're going to develop more housing on this area. And while I sympathize with every person that is having to be relocated, my question would then still go to how much time would be enough? And I think that we've really brought a lot of the details. We know that we have to do some of the tough stuff before we can ask the development community to build on Telephone Hill. And I urge the assembly to vote positive for this. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. I may object for purposes of a question. Some of these buildings are very, very old. What would be a guess on how expensive it would be to maintain them any longer?
Thank you for that question, Madam Mayor. I don't have a estimate on maintenance of these facilities, but I would like to expand on a very important problem that you've pointed out. We have been very absent landowners. We have done no work to these facilities, and so we are seeing, there's leaky roofs, there's, rotting. I mean, these are things a lot of the homeowners, right, have experienced, and I think some of them testify to some of these conditions that they've taken it upon themselves. But there is a health safety issue if we are going to continue as absent landlords and not take proper care of our facilities that have people housed in. So I don't have a cost estimate for that, but we do have a site assessment. I could get that information for you.
Thank you, Madam Manager. I'll remove my objection. Any further comment? All right, we have a motion and objection. Madam Clerk, will you call roll?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For adoption of ordinance 2024-01, version B, large letters AY, Mr. Bryson.
Yes.
Ms. Wall.
Yes.
Mr. Kelly.
No.
Ms. Atkinson.
Yes.
Mr. Steininger.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Smith.
Yes.
And Mayor Weldon.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-1.
Right. Looking at the body, should we continue on a few of them? Okay. Since we're running behind a little bit. So next we have Resolution 3090, subsection B. Madam Clerk. Was item 2 under public hearing? Or 1, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is Resolution 3090, version B. A resolution adopting the City and Borough Capital Improvement Program for fiscal years 2026 through 2031 and establishing the capital improvement project priorities for fiscal year 2026.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This resolution would adopt the Capital Improvement Program, CIP, for fiscal years 2026 through 2031 as required by Charter Section 9.4 and list the capital projects that will be initially appropriated by ordinance in FY26. The Public Works and Facilities Committee reviewed the preliminary CIP at its March 17, 2025 meeting and forwarded the plan to the Assembly. The CIP resolution was introduced at the April 5, 2025 Special Assembly meeting and referred to the Assembly Finance Committee for deliberation. An opportunity for public comment was provided at the Special Assembly meeting on April 30, 2025. The Assembly Finance Committee referred the amended resolution to the full Assembly for adoption at the May 21, 2025 meeting. The Charter requires adoption of the FY26 CIP by June 15. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this resolution as amended by the Assembly Finance Committee.
Thank you, Madam Manager. We have no member of the public signed up for this, so we'll bring it to the Assembly. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the Assembly approve Resolution 3090B, a resolution adopting the City and Borough Capital Improvement Program, and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that motion passes. Next, we'll have item 3, ordinance 2025-03, establishing the rate of levy. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2025-03B, an ordinance establishing the rate of levy for property taxes for calendar year 2025 based upon the proposed budget for fiscal year 2026.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This ordinance establishes the mill rates for property taxes for 2025, which funds a significant portion of the City and Borough of Juneau's FY26 operating budget. The charter requires the Assembly to adopt, by ordinance, the tax levies necessary to fund the budget before June 15. The mill levies presented in this ordinance support the manager's FY26 proposed budget as amended by the Assembly Finance Committee. As part of the budget review process, the Assembly Finance Committee reviews, amends, and recommends to the Assembly the final mill levies. For FY26, the Assembly Finance Committee recommends an increase of 0.20 mills from the FY25 adopted budget, resulting in a total mill levy of 10.24 mills, the components of which are area-wide 6.40, an increase of 0.20 from FY25 adopted. Roaded service area 2.45, flat from FY25 adopted. Fire service area 0.31, flat from FY25 adopted. That's an operating total of 9.16, again an increase of 0.20 from FY25 adopted. A debt service of 1.08, flat from FY25 adopted, and with a total millage of 10.24, an increase again of 0.2 from FY25 adopted. An opportunity for public comment was provided at a special Assembly meeting on April 30, 2025. The Assembly Finance Committee reviewed the mill rate ordinance at its meeting on April 5, May 14, and May 21, 2025, referring the amended ordinance to the full Assembly for adoption. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance as amended by the Assembly Finance Committee.
Thank you, Madam Manager. We have one member of the public signed up, Ms. Mel.
I'm Kay Mel and I live downtown. Yes, please increase the mill rate, pass a balanced budget. We need to pay our way. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. With that, we'll bring it back to the Assembly. Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move ordinance 2025-03 version B, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that ordinance passes. And we got to hear from our new clerk, Brecken Hendricks, so thank you for jumping in there for a moment. Next, we have item 4, the budget. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2025-01, small version B, an ordinance appropriating funds from the Treasury for fiscal year 26, city and borough operations.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This ordinance appropriates $535,301,600 in expenditure authority for the City and Borough of Juneau's FY26 operating budget, excluding the school district. This ordinance appropriates all transfers between funds that support operations, debt service, and capital projects, as well as the associated expenditures within the funds themselves. This ordinance also recognizes $517,361,800 of forecast revenue and transfers in and decreases fund balances across all funds by $17,939,800. The forecast revenue and draw from fund balance are sufficient to fund the budgeted expenditures. The original ordinance was introduced at the April 5, 2025 Special Assembly meeting and referred to the Assembly Finance Committee for deliberation. An opportunity for public comment was provided at the Special Assembly meeting on April 30, 2025. The Assembly Finance Committee referred the amended budget ordinance to the full Assembly for adoption at the May 21, 2025 meeting. The charter requires adoption of the FY26 operating budget by June 15. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance as amended by the Assembly Finance Committee.
Thank you, Madam Manager. We have one person that has signed up on the budget, and that's Pat Harris. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Okay, ready, set, go. Hi, I'm Pat Harris. I live on Pitts Cove Road. I was just concerned about the proposed cuts to the Arboretum budget, and I have not heard any reason for the proposal, and I just like to hear from, I guess, the mayor who proposed the cut, the reason for that suggestion. Or am I misunderstanding what?
This is your time to testify.
So I can't ask
If I make
questions.
that motion, I will explain why I'm making it.
Okay, I will just give a pitch for the Arboretum then, because it's a wonderful resource of the city. The city made a deal with Carolyn Jensen to acquire the property, and it was a gift to the city, and with quite a handsome endowment, which covers almost half of the operating budget per year. The Arboretum is supported by the public. We have about 170 members, friends of the Arboretum, and it's used for events. Theater Alaska has produced productions out there, so it's a wonderful space for the community, just to come out and enjoy the gardens and use it for other events as well. Since I can't ask any questions, I just say the Arboretum is a wonderful place, and if you haven't been out there, you should go. And I'm not sure that, I know the mayor was out there to cut the ribbon on the porta potty, but it wasn't a porta potty, it was our lovely loo, which was a replacement for the porta potty. So, yeah, okay, I guess that's all I have to say, but the Arboretum is wonderful. Please keep it well funded.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Harris? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Ms. Hart, you're calling from the back again. Is that your Eagle Crest budget? I don't have that listed. No, because we're not taking any testimony from the floor now. If you've signed up, that's great. If you haven't, no. So with that, we'll bring it back to the assembly. Any objection? Oh, wait, sorry, we need a motion. Mr. Steininger.
I move the Assembly adopt ordinance 2025-01B and ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Steininger. Any objection? So I'm going to pass the gavel to Mr. Bryson, way down there. Yep, I figured as much. I'm going to propose an amendment in a time where our budget is threatened by a mill rate cap and a hole in our sales tax coming up potentially. I'm just trying to find a couple small items that we could cut. And so my first one, after talking with an assembly member, I came down in number. The first one would be to JEDC of $100,000. And the reason I am Looking at them is because of their fund balance. They have $4 million in funds. Some of them are tied up, but some of them are discretionary. And when we looked at American Legion, we wouldn't give them $2,000 because they had a big fund balance. This leaves them still $340,000. So that's my amendment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You've heard the amendment. Are there objections? Ms. Wall, would you like to speak to your amendment or speak to your objection?
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. I will strongly object for a few reasons. One is process. You know, we started this budget process back in December. We had a conversation about whether we wanted to cut services. To me, our partner organizations, the handful of organizations that we regularly provide operational funding for, that is their purpose. They are doing service on behalf of the city. I think that if we want to be talking about cutting services, we start that in December, and I'm interested. I think we will need to have that conversation this year, and on the last day of the budget is not the right time. The other reason that I will object is, you know, the mayor's giving a rationale that JEDC has fund balance. We regularly treat our fund balance different than we treat our operational funds for a reason. You think of operations about kind of how you sustain your organization long term. You don't pull from your fund balance to sustain your organization. So I don't think that logic would hold up for JEDC the same way that we don't use that logic when making decisions for our own budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wool. Additional comments? Oh, Mr. Smith, Deputy Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. I'll object as well. You know, appreciate the mayor looking for things to reduce, but you know, there is a balance, but it's not just all, you know, just sitting there doing nothing. Some of it is a small business revolving loan fund. They also need to, just as every organization should, maintain some operating reserves. So they have, you know, 6 months set aside that they've done that for. And then they also, you know, have funds that they use and execute to stimulate and, you know, generate economic development. For instance, they spent funds that are, you know, being used now to look at Second and Franklin property. I guess I just feel like, sure, we could clip them here, but you know, what do we lose? They leverage these funds. I mean, I think they're expecting to leverage about $2 million based on the $400,000 that the city gives them. And again, they're trying to execute economic development. They've, you know, made a proposal to buy the Triangle building. Anyway, I guess I just want to say, you know, being their liaison over the past year, I just see that they're not just, you know, sitting on these funds, leaving them in the bank. They are trying to do things to stimulate economic development in our community with these funds. So I will oppose the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Smith. Please, no applause. All right. Additional comments? Ms. Hall.
Thank you. And I'd also like to oppose the amendment. These are very uncertain times, and I view JEDC as an important partner. However, I do think this conversation underscores the need for us to strengthen our partnership and direction. So I look forward to when we have this conversation at our next retreat. Thank you.
Mr. Steiniger.
Yes, I've been kind of going back and forth on how I'll vote on this, but I think ultimately I'm going to have to object to the amendment, even though it's a much more palatable number than was originally discussed. And I think a lot of the reasons have been given by those before us, and I think maybe, you know, ultimately maybe we were a little too optimistic in our discussions in December, choosing to stay flat. And I would be much more comfortable with this conversation if we were applying the same conversation to all of our other community partners. And I know that we increased some through the budget process and we kept others flat. And I think that needs to be a more robust conversation over how we're doling out that money, and strategically using our tax revenue. And I think, Mr. Smith touched on a lot of the good things that the organization does, and not having necessarily the full understanding at this stage in the process of how this reduction would impact our ability to address economic development in Juneau, it makes it difficult to support.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, sorry. Sorry, long night. I can count votes, so I will withdraw that amendment at this time. However, I'm objecting for the purposes of another amendment.
Madam Mayor.
This amendment would be to cut funding for Jensen Olson Arboretum of $112,100,000. And I believe we heard from all 170 members of the Jensen Olson Arboretum. Again, this is just a lesson to the public and a lesson to the Assembly. I have just tried to cut $212,000 from our budget, and it's not going anywhere. So when you look at the path ahead this summer, please think about what it takes when you reduce revenue and what you're going to cut. And with that, I'll remove my amendment, and I like the Jensen Olson Arboretum. I think it's a great spot.
Madam Mayor.
Take the chair back.
Yes, Madam Mayor, before I pass the gavel to you, I think you touched on something really important, because we weren't able to come to agreement to reduce it $200,000. In some of these other things, we would have to come into agreement on how to cut millions of dollars. And Madam Mayor just showed us how difficult it is to shave off $200,000. With that, Madam Mayor, give you back the gavel.
I appreciate that, and since I have the gavel, let's take 10 minutes. Bring Mr. Smith back.
We're going back into.
Do we have Mr. Smith back? Well, yeah.
Madam Mayor, if we might, Mr. Smith, if you can hear us, could you please make a comment so we can see you?
I apologize, Mr. Smith. We didn't move the motion before I went to take a break. Any objection to the motion? Seeing none, that motion is passed. Now a break. Bring the assembly back into order. Next, we have Resolution 4016. Madam Clerk. And for the assembly, that's on page 18 of our agenda. Item 25.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is Resolution 4016, a resolution authorizing the manager to acquire the property with the legal description of Juneau Island by donation to the City and Borough of Juneau from the U.S. Department of Interior, Bureau of Land Management.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
The Secretary of the U.S. Department of the Interior is authorized to convey the property and facilities located on Mayflower Island to the City and Borough of Juneau without reimbursement, title, and all interest of the United States. Earlier this year, the Bureau of Land Management informed the CBJ that if the CBJ does not accept this property as a donation, then BLM will sell the property through a BLM competitive disposal process. Douglas Indian Association has requested that if the CBJ acquired this property, the CBJ would then transfer ownership to DIA. The 2025 Assembly goals for community wellness and public safety include Goal E, support Douglas Indian Association's efforts to acquire Mayflower Island. This resolution is a step forward in achieving that Assembly goal. The Lands, Housing, and Economic Development Committee reviewed this topic at the May 5, 2025 meeting and passed a motion of support to draft a resolution to forward to the full Assembly for public hearing, accepting this property from BLM with the intention of disposing it to DIA for less than fair market value. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this resolution.
Thank you, Madam Manager. We have 5 people signed up for this. The first one is Barbara Cadiente Nelson. You have to touch the bottom to make it green, and please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, honored assembly and staff. My name is Barbara Cadiente Nelson. My name is, Tlingit name is Eshkaka Kayanas Akantekwadi, Brown Bear of the Chunakit Hootsit of Angoon Kwan. I was born and raised here in Juneau. I lived on Star Hill, North Douglas, and now on Fritz Cove, where my husband and I built a home 42 years ago. I'm here on behalf of Douglas Indian Association, also known as Taku Tribal Government. I am a council member and an officer of the tribe. I'm here on behalf of President Clarence Leidy and our council. I'm here to actually bear witness to what I hope to be a unanimous consent of this resolution. When I was gathering my thoughts to testify, I had noticed about 4 o'clock about this meeting. I was looking at the resolution and also the language of the agenda, and you captured all the efforts and the steps toward this moment. This is a significant moment for the tribe, and one that if we could have all 800 members would be present to witness this. I was here in 2012 as a former teacher and grants administrator of the Douglas Juneau School District when the accidental unearthing of native graves occurred. And since that time, we, the tribe, and we, the city, have collaborated in trying to bring about a wellness to this community as a whole. It wasn't an us and them, it was a we as a community. And I know that I had many people reach out that were not members of the tribe looking for a way to resolve and bring forth healing. We've tried many things, and we are continuing to hold hands to do that. While your language says this is a step forward in achieving an assembly goal, for us, it's one of balance, restoring balance. For us, in the language here, it's referred to as Juneau Island, Mayflower Island, and I'll wrap up. Legal description 3844 Lot 1, Survey 13967 Lot 2. To us, it is, as its indigenous name is, Anakia Andaganye, where the sun's rays touch first. That is an ancient name. It belongs to the tribe, and we thank you for all the due diligence and the work you've put forth since 2012 to this moment. It's heartfelt. Finish, Chief.
Any questions for Ms. Cadiente Nelson? Thank you for your testimony. Next, I have Noreen, but I don't see him in the audience. Next, I have Noreen Nelson, but oh, never mind. Sorry. Please state your name and area of town for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Okay. I'm Noreen Cadiente Nelson. I was born and raised here in Juneau. I'm a tribal member of Douglas Indian Association, and I just wanted to say this moment is monumental and that it is the step to healing. And I just appreciate and I thank you guys for doing the right thing. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you for that. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Okay, next we have Dion Cadiente Lighty. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
I am Dion Cadiente Lighty. I live here in Juneau, Alaska in the valley. I want to read an excerpt from a report written in 1995. In 1946, the Douglas Indian Association approached the Alaska Native Service for a loan to purchase small boats for the Native American fishermen of the Douglas Indian Village. Because, for insurance reasons, such a loan could not be secured without a proper harbor, the Alaska Native Service approached the City of Douglas and the Army Corps of Engineers for help building a small boat harbor to be located directly in front of the Douglas Indian Village. The City of Douglas and the Army Corps of Engineers responded to this request with a promise to dredge a harbor, to use the dredged material to backfill the tidelands where the Indian Village was located, and 3, rebuild the Indian Village on the new backfilled site. 16 years later, instead of any of that happening, that village was burned. And 63 years later, here we are today, looking at this resolution, 4016. And what I want to say to the City Assembly after reading this resolution is thank you. Thank you for writing this resolution to affirm a promise made 63 years ago, that this land will be restored to the tribe. Out of that 1995 report, the Indian Law Center made 2 recommendations. One was to return Mayflower School to the tribe and to return Mayflower Island. And I just want to thank you for this moment in time. I can only imagine that the work that the tribe will do to restore what was lost will include a number of initiatives that will benefit tribal members. And we look forward to this work ahead and our partnership with you all. And just thank you. Gunachish.
Thank you. Any questions? And thank you for being our point of contact in this. I appreciate that. And I'm sorry it took so long 63 years is a long time. Next, we have Alyssa Cadiente Lighty Blattner. And baby.
My name is Alyssa Cadiente Lighty Blattner. I live in the Valley. Good evening. I am a proud Basel and Taku-Kwan descendant. My ancestors helped write the Douglas Indian Association's Constitution and establish DIA as a federally recognized tribe. Today, I serve as the Administrative Support Manager for DIA, and I'm honored to speak. Tonight is a powerful moment for our community. After years of meetings, advocacy, and healing, we are deeply grateful to the City and Bureau of Juneau support in returning Mayflower Island to tribal stewardship. Mayflower Island, located just across from the former Douglas Indian Village, was a traditional subsistence site and a place of gathering, learning, and belonging. Its return represents the restoration of a sacred connection and a step forward in healing historic harm. Following the city's apology for the 1962 burning of our village, this transfer shows what is possible when we work together with respect, truth, and shared purpose. With me tonight is my daughter, Olivia. She is also a Bayshore descendant and will grow up learning not only the history of what was taken, but also this new history in the making, one of recognition, understanding, reconciliation, and unity. On behalf of the Douglas Indian Association, I want to extend our heartfelt thank you to the CBJ Assembly Mayor Beth Weldon, the City Attorney's Office, and all CBJ officials and staff who supported this effort. A special thank you to Dan Blydorn, Lands and Resource Manager, for your steady and respectful guidance. Ganesh Chief, thank you for standing with us and for helping bring Mayflower Island home.
Thank you. Any questions? Please write in her baby book. She testified today. Next, we have Carla Hart. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Carla Hart, Bath Loop. This thing I absolutely, totally support. I think it's awesome. Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. All right, we have no other people signed up for this, so we will bring it back to this assembly. It's kind of fitting, Ms. Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move resolution 4016A and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that motion passes. Kudo sheesh. Okay, you can clap on that one. Next, we have ordinance 2025-16, historic resources. Sorry, we're going back and forth our agenda. So that would formally item 5 on page 11.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2025-16, an ordinance amending the city and borough code relating to the Historic Resources Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Recognizing the importance of preserving the historical and cultural resources of the community, and recognizing that the current structure of Historic Resources Advisory Committee's roles and responsibilities may benefit from refinement to streamline the historical review process, making it more responsive and effective to the needs of the community. The Assembly Human Resources Committee reviewed the Human Resources Advisory Committee's charge. The Assembly Human Resources Committee requested staff draft a new ordinance and discuss this ordinance at its February 3rd and March 3rd, 2025 meetings, and unanimously moved the draft ordinance to the full Assembly for action. The Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its May 20, 2025 meeting. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Sorry, it seems like my mic's cutting out, but it might just be me. I have nobody signed up for this, so we will bring it to the Assembly. Mr. Kelly.
I move that the Assembly adopt ordinance 2025-16, an ordinance amending the City and Borough Code relating to the Historic Resources Advisory Committee, and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that motion passes. Next, we have item 7, ordinance 2025-27, water utility.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is also on page 13 of the agenda, listed previously as item number 11. Ordinance 2025-27, an ordinance increasing the rates for water and wastewater utility services.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
The last CBJ utility, drinking water and wastewater, rate increase went into effect on July 1, 2024. We have had several years with 2% utility rate increases that have not kept pace with a high inflationary period. The CBJ utility contracted with a third party with expertise in utility rate accounting to conduct a comprehensive rate study. The resulting rate study initially proposed rate increases for all utility ratepayers relying solely on rate revenue. At public meetings, the Assembly weighed options considering supporting the enterprise fund solely with ratepayers, as well as alternatives with alternative funding sources. Based upon that direction, staff proposed a 5% annual rate increase for all customers for both water and wastewater through July 1, 2029. This route requires $10 million in non-ratepayer revenue for the years FY 28 through 30. I'd also like to add, not listed in this MR, but just a point of clarification. The ordinance as written, the ordinance has numbers, not percentages. And if you are studiously doing the math, it will look like there's a 7% rate increase in year 1. And that is only because the current code does not reflect the July 1, 2024 increase. So our rate schedule reflects it, our website reflects it, but that is why if you look at the math, we are amending from 3992 in the ordinance and not the 4072. So we're amending from current code. The Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its May 20, 2025 meeting. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. We do have members of the Utility Advisory Board here if we have any questions for them. The only person we have signed up is Carla Hart.
Thank you, Carla Hartback Loop. Sorry to do this, but I'm sort of trying to make a point tonight that these agendas just don't allow people enough time to do things. The rate increases are really hard on people who are single-family households. With our flat rate water and sewer that we have, and we're talking about affordable housing, there's no incentive for people to be efficient with their water and sewer. And there's a huge disincentive for people with small households who are paying a disproportionate amount. So every time you make this increase, when we don't have any way to, when we're not metering people's water and sewer, and when we're just doing it on household size, you're really disproportionately impacting people who are probably making very little impact on the water and sewer. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Hart? Thank you for your testimony. Does anybody from the Utility Board want to speak? Since you are here, you don't have to. No, okay, no. So that will bring it back to the Assembly. Mr. Bryson, I was going to go to Mr. Smith, but he's not there. Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the Assembly adopt ordinance 2025-27, ordinance increasing the rates for water and wastewater utility services, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Any objection? Seeing none, that ordinance passes. Okay, so next we are going into executive session. Mr. Smith, will you bring us into executive session?
Of course, Madam Mayor, I move that the Assembly enter into executive session to discuss collective bargaining negotiations, the immediate knowledge of which would adversely affect the finances of the municipality, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any objection? Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just object to declare a conflict. I have a family member who is part of the IAFF union, and as such, when we get to that part of the conversation in executive session, I will recuse myself and come back to be outside of the room that you all are in. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any member of the public that objects to us going into executive session? Seeing none, is there any member of the Assembly that objects to going into executive session? All right, we'll take a few minutes to clear the room and we'll be in executive session.
Madam Mayor, we were going to have all the Assembly members go upstairs and any
Mr. Smith? I don't know that anybody else knows how to bring us out. And Ms. Wall, you can't because you were not part of all of our executive session. Okay, we'll wait for one of them to show up. All right. When they're blinking like that, let me get out. Okay. Well, and just, we're gonna be a sprint till the end, so if you haven't signed up for public testimony, we are not taking any more testimony except for people who have signed up. Mr. Bryson, would you bring us out of executive session? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the Assembly exit executive session, during which time we discussed matters related to union negotiations. And I'm asked to bring us back into regular session.
Thank you. All right, with that, we are now on item 8, which is formerly item 7, page 12. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2025-06, an ordinance amending the City and Borough of Code. No. Sorry. Okay, excuse me, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2025-04, an ordinance amending Chapter 20.40, commercial passenger vehicles.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager, and Mr. Smith has dropped off, just so you know.
In order to ensure proper penalty enforcement for commercial passenger vehicles, these regulations are being converted to code in their entirety. Small housekeeping updates have been included at the request of JPD and the Manager's Office to reflect current practice. The Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its May 20, 2025 meeting. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. I don't believe anybody has signed up for this ordinance. Just double check. Ms. Hart, but I don't see her in the room. All right, with that, we will move to the Assembly. Where am I? I think Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the Assembly approve ordinance 2025-04 and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that ordinance passes. Item 8, 9. Criminal offense. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2025-06, an ordinance amending the City and Borough Code relating to criminal offenses and penalties.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
In January 2025, the state legislature passed new criminal legislation adding a criminal charge titled assault in the presence of a child. The municipality of Anchorage also has similar criminal code. The CBJ is proposing to add this new crime and penalty to match the state. This new language allows JPD to charge when children are exposed to domestic violence through sight and sound, and it provides prosecutors with additional tools to protect children who witness domestic violence. This new charge will allow prosecutors to ask for conditions of release and sentencing provisions that address childhood trauma linked to domestic violence. JPD requested this and supports this ordinance. The Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its May 20, 2025 meeting. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. I don't have any members of the public signed up for this ordinance, so I'll bring it back to the Assembly. Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move ordinance 2025-06, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that ordinance passes. And I'm just going to count them on how they're in our agenda. Item 9, alcoholic beverage code.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2025-10, an ordinance amending the alcoholic beverages code relating to the purchase, sale, possession, or consumption of alcoholic beverages.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
In 2022, Senate Bill 9 reclassified many misdemeanor alcohol offenses as violations instead of misdemeanors, meaning they became fine-only offenses. The State of Alaska Department of Law prosecutes all offenses for those under the age of 18. Ordinance 2025-10 is a housekeeping ordinance to update the penalties for code provisions that CBJ pursues and delete provisions that are handled by the state. JPD has reviewed this ordinance. The Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its May 20, 2025 meeting. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. I have no member of the public signed up for this ordinance, so we'll bring it to the Assembly. Mr. Steininger.
I move the Assembly adopt ordinance 2025-10 and ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Steininger. Any objection? Seeing none, that ordinance passes. Item 10, Lisa Floyd-Ryden. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2025, an ordinance authorizing the manager to execute a lease of the Floyd-Dryden Building to the Central Council of the Tlingit and Haida Tribes of Alaska.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
In August 2024, the Assembly Committee of the Whole reviewed proposals to lease Floyd-Dryden and passed a motion directing staff to proceed with a lease to Tlingit and Haida Early Education Department. After this motion was made, it was determined that UAS would not be able to lease the remaining space, and at the March 17, 2025 Land, Housing, and Economic Development Committee meeting, the committee provided direction to proceed with the lease to Tlingit and Haida for the total leasable space. Tlingit and Haida Early Education will use the leased premises solely for providing education to the children of the city and borough. The lease rate is less than fair market value, but covers the costs of building maintenance and of the leased spaces. CBJ Code 5309-270B authorizes the lease of city and borough property at less than fair market value, provided the lease is approved by the Assembly and the properties to be leased is used for the purpose of providing a service to the public that could or should reasonably be provided by the state or the city and borough. The Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its May 20, 2025 meeting. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. I have no member of the public wishing to testify on this. We'll bring it to the Assembly. Ms. Hall. Ms. Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the Assembly pass ordinance 2025-25 and ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. So we're skipping item 11 because we've already taken care of it. Item 12, and we're back to our regular numbering. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2024-01, version B, large letters AO. An ordinance appropriating $295,000 to the manager for reimbursement to Timsco Helicopters Incorporated for airport capital improvements, funding provided by airport funds.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This ordinance would appropriate $295,000 of airport funds to reimburse Temsco Helicopters for capital improvements at the airport. To address a failing septic system, Temsco paid for the installation of utility infrastructure that ties Temsco's system into the city wastewater. The project work was completed in an undeveloped area that the airport was not ready to develop, but that is on airport property and therefore would have otherwise been a cost to the airport. The airport board approved Temsco upfronting these costs to coordinate directly with the utility provider. The airport board reviewed and approved this request at the July 13, 2023 meeting. The Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its May 20, 2025 meeting. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. I don't have any member of the public to sign up to this ordinance, so we'll bring it to the Assembly. Mr. Kelly.
I move that the Assembly adopt ordinance 2024-01, lowercase b, capital A, capital O, and ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Any objection? Seeing none, that motion passes. Item 13, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2024-01, version B, large letters AP. as in Paul, an ordinance appropriating $14,010,860 to the manager to reimburse the bond principal associated with the refundings of port and harbor revenue bonds. Funding provided by revenue bond proceeds.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
When bonds are refunded, CBJ issues new bonds at today's lower interest rate and uses the bond proceeds received from the new issuance to pay off the old, more expensive bonds. This housekeeping ordinance appropriates the expenditure authority to pay off the original Port and Harbors revenue bonds that were approved for refunding under Ordinance 2024-42. The Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its May 20, 2025 meeting. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. We do have the Port Director and member of the Docks and Harbors Committee if we need them, but we'll bring it to the Assembly. Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the Assembly adopt ordinance 2024-01 BAP and ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Any objection? Seeing none, that ordinance passes. Item 14, Madam Clerk.
This is ordinance 2024-01B, capital AQ, an ordinance transferring $85,471 from CIP D71-091 power upgrades for electric buses to the fleet and equipment reserve funds fiscal year 2025 operating budget.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This housekeeping ordinance would transfer $85,471 from the Power Upgrades for Electric Buses CIP to the Fleet and Equipment Reserve Fund's FY25 operating budget. Grant-eligible expenses were incurred in the Fleet and Equipment Reserve Fund for electric bus charging infrastructure, but the associated grant budget authority is currently appropriated to the Power Upgrades for Electric Buses CIP. This transfer would align the grant budget with where the charging equipment costs were appropriately expensed. The Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its May 20, 2025 meeting. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. I have no member of the public signed up for this, so we'll bring it to the Assembly as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the Assembly approve ordinance 2024-01 BAQ and ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. Any objection? Seeing none, that motion passes. Item 15, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2024-01, version B, large letters AR. An ordinance appropriating $400,000 to the manager for Statter Harbor Roof Repairs Capital Improvement Project. Funding provided by Harbor Funds.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This ordinance would appropriate $400,000 to the Statter Harbor Roof Repairs CIP. The Statter Harbor office building's roof is 20 years old and water leaks into the office space. This funding would provide for roof replacement and repairs, fall protection devices, and snow guards. The Docks and Harbors Board of Directors reviewed and recommended approval of this ordinance at the April 24, 2025 regular board meeting. The Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its May 20, 2025 meeting. The bid award for this project is located in the unfinished business section of this meeting agenda. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager, and there's no members of the public signed up for this, so we'll take it to the Assembly. Ms. Adkisson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the Assembly adopt ordinance 2024-01, version B, large letters AR, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Ms. Adkisson. Is there any objection? Seeing none, that motion is passed. Item 16, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2024-01, version B, large letters AS. An ordinance appropriating $160,000 to the manager for the Airport Runway Safety Area Shoulder Grading Capital Improvement Project. Funding provided by passenger facility charge fees.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This ordinance would appropriate $160,000 to the Runway Safety Area Shoulder Grading CIP. This CIP will regrade existing runway areas to Federal Aviation Administration specifications. Funding for this ordinance is provided by passenger facility charge fees, which will be used as federal grant local matching funds. The Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its May 20, 2025 meeting. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. There's no member of the public signed up to testify, so we'll bring it to the Assembly. Mr. Steininger.
I move the Assembly adopt ordinance 2024-01 BAS and ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Steininger. Any objection? Seeing none, that motion passes. Item 17, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2024-01, version B, large letters AT. An ordinance transferring $218,050 from CIP D77-001 Recycle Works Consolidated Facility to D12-103 Zero Waste Program.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This ordinance would transfer $218,050 from the Recycle Works Consolidated Facility CIP to the Zero Waste Program CIP. The Recycle Works Consolidated Facility CIP is complete and ready to be closed and does not require the remaining funds. These funds will contribute toward the ongoing solid waste planning and zero waste projections of the Zero Waste Program CIP, promoting the Assembly's 2025 goal to implement a zero waste or waste reduction plan. The Public Works and Facilities Committee reviewed this request at the April 21, 2025 meeting, and the Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its May 20, 2025 meeting. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. There's no member of the public that signed up for this, so we'll bring it to the Assembly. Ms. Hall.
I move the Assembly adopt ordinance 2024-01 BAT and ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Any objection? Seeing none, that motion passes. Item 18, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2024-01, version B, large letters AU. An ordinance transferring $75,000 from CIP P44-091 deferred building maintenance to CIP F21-041 downtown and Glacier fire stations mechanical and electrical upgrades.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This ordinance would transfer $75,000 from the Deferred Building Maintenance CIP to the Downtown and Glacier Fire Stations Mechanical and Electrical Upgrade CIP. These funds would contribute toward the replacement of the existing vehicle exhaust system at the Aircraft Rescue and Firefighting ARF apparatus bay at the Glacier Fire Station. Due to failing equipment, the existing vehicle exhaust system serving the ARF apparatus bay is not properly capturing and removing the harmful vehicle engine fumes in the building, causing health risks for staff. The total cost of the project is estimated to be $215,000, which would be funded by this transfer and previously appropriated funds in the project. The Public Works and Facilities Committee reviewed this request at the April 21, 2025 meeting, and the Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its May 20, 2025 meeting. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. I have no members of the public signed up for this, so we'll bring it back to the Assembly. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move 2024-01, lowercase b, capital AU, and ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Any objection? Seeing none, that motion passes. Item 19, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2024-01, version B, large letters AV, an ordinance appropriating $7,830,000 to the manager for the outburst flooding improvements capital improvement project. Funding provided by the Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation, Clean Water Non-Point Source Lone State Revolving Fund.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
The City and Borough of Juneau has received a $7,830,000 loan from the Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation Clean Water Non-Point Source Loan State Revolving Fund for the Outburst Flooding Improvement CIP to prevent glacial outburst flood inundation of residential areas and public infrastructure. These funds will be utilized for work associated with the installation of the HESCO barriers along the Mendenhall River, which includes site preparation, barrier installation, bank armoring, drainage systems, and access systems. The Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its May 20, 2025 meeting. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
There are no members of the public that wish to speak to this ordinance. Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the Assembly adopts ordinance 2024-01BAV and ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Any objection? Seeing none, that motion passes. Item 20, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is transfer request 2517, a transfer of $1,400,000 from CIP D14-101 outburst flooding improvements to CIP D14-105 HESCO barriers additional phases.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This request would transfer $1.4 million from the Outburst Flooding Improvement CIP to the HESCO Barriers Additional Phases CIP. After reviewing the outburst flood inundation maps provided by Michael Baker International, it is evident that more flood mitigation is necessary to protect high-value CBJ assets and private infrastructure from the potential of a 17-foot or 18-foot flood level. These funds would contribute toward the installation of approximately 3,200 feet of HESCO barriers from the end of HESCO Barrier Phase 1 at River Court Way and continue downstream along the maintenance road and trail that runs along the west side of Diamond Park to the CBJ Diamond Park property line beyond the Katsui-Heen Elementary School. Phase 1A is estimated to be $500,000. The remaining funds would be used for potential future extensions of the HESCO barriers upon approval by the Assembly. The Committee of the Whole approved this request at the May 12, 2025 meeting. I recommend approval of this transfer.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move transfer request 2517 and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that ordinance passes. Item 21, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2024-01, version B, large letter AW, an ordinance transferring $88,812 from CIP's D12-050 Centennial Hall Convention Expansion Study and D12-098 Police Department Crow Hill Radio Site Improvements to CIP's P44-091 Deferred Building Maintenance and F22-028 Public Safety Communication Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This housekeeping ordinance would transfer a total of $88,812 from the Centennial Hall Convention Expansion Study CIP and the Police Department Crow Hill Radio Site Improvement CIP to the Deferred Building Maintenance CIP and the Public Safety Infrastructure CIP. The CIPs are complete and ready to be closed and do not require the remaining funds. The Deferred Building Maintenance CIP will use funds for ongoing Centennial Hall work, and the Public Safety Communications Infrastructure CIP will use the funds for ongoing communication infrastructure improvements. The Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its May 20, 2025 meeting. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move ordinance 2024-01, version B, large letters AW, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that motion passes. Item 22, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, this is ordinance 2024-01, small, version B, large letters AX, an ordinance appropriating $882,000 to the manager for the Outburst Flooding Improvement Capital Improvement Project. Grant funding provided by Tlingit-Haida Regional Housing Authority.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Tlingit-Haida Regional Housing Authority was awarded a $900,000 U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Indian Community Development Imminent Threat Grant. CBJ has entered into an agreement with Tlingit-Haida Regional Housing Authority to act as the subrecipient of this grant with a sub-award in the amount of $882,000. During the August 2024 glacial outburst flood, 173 tribally owned residential structures affecting 470 families were affected by this flooding. The grant would contribute toward the cost of Phase 1 of the installation of HESCO barriers to mitigate and retain the riverbank to protect homes from additional loss and damage. The Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its May 20, 2025 meeting. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. There's no member of the public signed up for this, so we'll move to the Assembly. Mr. Steininger.
I move the Assembly adopt ordinance 2024-01 BAX and ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you. Any objections? Seeing none, that ordinance passes. Item 23, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance 2024-01, version B, large letters AZ. An ordinance appropriating $300,000 to the manager for the Airport Riverbank Stabilization Capital Improvement Project. Funding provided by airport funds.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This ordinance would appropriate $300,000 to the Airport Riverbank Stabilization CIP. On August 5, 2023, an glacial outburst flood heavily eroded the riverbank bordering the airport. This funding would provide for the replacement of approximately 620 cubic yards of armor rock and underlying fabric that washed away during the flooding event. The 2024 flood did not increase erosion along this riverbank, but there are concerns that future flooding could exacerbate the existing damage if not repaired immediately. The airport has applied for State of Alaska Department of Military and Veterans Affairs grant, which would reimburse costs incurred by this project. If the grant is awarded, these funds will be returned to the airport fund. The airport board of directors approved this request at its March 13 and May 8, 2025 board meetings. The Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its May 20, 2025 meeting. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. We'll move it to the Assembly. Ms. Hall.
I move the Assembly adopt ordinance 2024-01 B A Z and ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you. Any objection? Seeing none, that ordinance passes. Mr. Bryson, would you give us a motion for extend?
Much as I don't want to, Madam Mayor, I move that the Assembly suspend the rules to end at 11:15.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Any objection? Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have this rule for a reason. I think we need to set boundaries on how much we try to do. I don't see anything on the rest of the agenda that requires us to do it tonight, so I'll object.
I appreciate that. We do have an item that we have testimony on here shortly. And they waited all night to testify. Anyway, we have a motion and an objection. Madam Clerk, will you call roll?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the motion to suspend the rules and extend the end time to 11:15. Mr. Bryson.
No.
Ms. Wall.
No.
Mr. Kelly.
No.
Ms. Atkinson.
Yes.
Mr. Steininger.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
And excuse me, Mayor Weldon.
Yes.
Motion fails. 4 yeas, 3 nays.
All righty, it's 10:57, and sorry, you guys sat here all night. We aren't going to get to that. We don't have enough time to read it all and have them testify, so we are adjourned.